Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(c) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is our protest hearing status. Case number 22PRO00149 and case number 19PRO00140, The Fireplace, license number 14419. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, Chairman. Jeremiah Griswold, your access has been elevated. Jeff Gower, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let's start with the licensee. Can he please spell and state his name for the record, please?
Jeremiah Griswold. Last name spelled Griswell. First name Jeremiah spelled Jeremiah.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am actually one of the managers there.
What do you mean you're one of the managers, sir? Please explain that to me.
I've been there for quite some time. I've been managing the bar.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I can't hear you because you're.
Oh, okay. Is this a little better?
It's a little bit better.
Okay. No, I've been managing there for quite some time. And I'm just here to respond to the agreement that we have set with the neighbors.
I have no idea what you just said, sir.
I have no idea why my audio is
Do me a favor, turn your video off for a minute and speak. Let me see if it's better.
Is that any better?
Yes, sir, it's better. So repeat what you had to say, sir, please.
I'm here as the manager of the space, and I've been managing that bar for quite some time, actually.
All right. it's still poor, but you can come back on video, sir. All right, Mr. Rukan, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm butchering your name. I apologize. So please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, that's quite all right. My name is Jeffrey Ruckauer, Jeffrey. Last name Ruckauer, Ruckgauer. I am the Commissioner for Single Member District 2B02, which includes the fireplace.
All right, good morning, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the board? We'll start with you, Mr. Griswold.
No, I believe we have actually an agreement ready to be signed and passed over to the board.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Rockout. Any
Yeah.
preliminary matters, sir?
I'm sorry. Your audio is clipping, so I can barely make you out too.
You're talking about me?
Yes, sir.
You're saying that you're having issues with my audio?
Yeah, it's clipping. It's kind of weak, so I'm just going to get a little closer to the screen, so don't mind this. Go ahead again, please.
No, I said, do you have any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
I would like to mention that we have reached a signed settlement agreement with the establishment. And I guess the only question that we have is how do we factor in the 2019 protest so we can discharge both of them at the same time? Do we need signatures of each of the residents who were included in the 2019 roll call to complete this, or does the agreement that we signed for the 2022 protest will that, if we mention that we're closing it, that it also resolves the 2020 protest? Do we need to then track down all the signatures because it was just some kind of?
All right, let me ask you a question, sir. Who were the protestants in the first case?
The protestants on the 2022 protest, it is ANC 2B. On the 2019 protest, it is ANC 2B, a group of 5 or more residents, and the DuPont Circle Citizens Association.
All right. So our board order will address that but for the 2019 case by operation of law, if there is a settlement with the ANC and the establishment, then the group falls. So you don't have to worry about it at least for the 2019. You don't have to be concerned about the group of 5 or more. For the 2020 case, then the parties in this case are the group of 5 or more, I believe the ANC and the Civic Association. But our board order will address all of those because my assumption is that all the parties, at least in the 2020 case, the settlement agreement is between. Who is the settlement agreement between?
On the 2020 case, it would be, or on the 2022 case, it is the ANC and the establishment. No other parties filed in time for that.
Okay, then, but our board order will address that. So you don't need to do. There's nothing you need to do on your part. The order will address that.
Okay, so I can just have our chair sign the essay today, and then we put this to bed.
Whatever your process for your ANC, they need to sign a settlement agreement provided to the agency as soon as possible, and because this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 15th, 2023. So if you provide it to the agency as soon as possible, then we will cancel that and we'll take care of the matter. So we'll take care of both the 22 PRO 00149 and 19 PRO 00140. The 2 cases will be taken care of and it will be addressed in our board order.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So thank you. So it's mine as represented that there's a settlement agreement and that settlement agreement will be provided to the board as soon as possible. So we would so there's no need for us to have this hearing on the 15th. On March 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So I'm glad to hear that the parties were able to settle this matter. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00139, Public Bar, license number 81238. This case has been canceled. The board had previously approved the settlement agreement. See board order number 2023-040. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00154, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in Mirror Lounge, please?
Bruno Casu, your access has been elevated. Fable Harris, your access has been elevated. Frank Chauvin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with the licensee. Mr. Kasu, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, everyone. Your Honor, my name is Bruno Casu. It's spelled BRUNO CASU.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the managing member.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Ms. Harris. Good morning, Ms. Harris. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I'm representing ANC 1B.
Good morning. Mr. Chauvin, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Yes, good morning. Frank Chauvin, C-H-A-U, V as in Victor, I-N as in Nancy, and I am the lead for a protest of 5 or more.
Good morning. Just as an FY, so you were given, the group was given stand-in at the roll call hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm looking at a document and it had said to me that the only protestant was ANC 1P. All right. Mr. Casil, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a protest hearing status. And are there any preliminary matters, sir, that need to be brought to the attention of the board?
Good morning again, everyone. As of today, we are still in the status of negotiating a settlement agreement with the ANC.
All right, thank you. Ms. Harris, any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, just the same thing that we are in the process of negotiating a settlement agreement.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Chauvin, any preliminary matters?
There are not, just that I think, Bruno, you received some provisions that we put forward because we had a meeting status, no, I'm sorry, a mediation 2 days ago. And and between the mediation and now, and I guess I'm new to this, so we should have probably scheduled this status 30 days past my mediation. It seems a little counterintuitive that we'd be meeting 2 days after the mediation to have a status, but I guess so be it. But Bruno, you have a copy of the provisions that we've drafted, the group of 5 have drafted.
Yeah, that's correct, Frank.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sending those over. We are reviewing it, and I will probably respond to your email sometime this afternoon.
Right.
With a specific date.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that the parties that are speaking. I just also want to clarify to the 2 protestants are the group of 5 or more and the ANC. And all right. Just as an FYI, if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the licensee, then the protest by the group of five or more falls. However, the board supports all parties participating in settlement agreements, but just wanted as a matter of law, if there's a settlement agreement between the ANC and the group of and the licensee, then the group of five or more protests will fall. However, if the parties are serious about settling this matter, the board supports that. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 22nd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So I want to just inform the parties, if you're really going to settle this matter, please let the agency know. So therefore, we do not have to have assign an investigator to this case for them to write a report if the parties are serious about settlement. So try to do that as quickly as possible in advising the agency of the process of what's going on. All right.
I have a quick question on
Yes,
that,
sir.
if you would. What is the deadline that you are searching for if we can pursue and engage and enter a settlement agreement to stop you from doing the investigation? Because what if we only come to a settlement agreement 2 days before the protest hearing? Is there any certain amount of time that you guys will definitively delay your investigation?
And now, we're going to move forward in doing our investigation, do a case report, because this matter is scheduled for the protest hearing on March 22nd. So I believe that relatively soon, an investigator will be assigned to write a case report. This board will, if a settlement is reached a day before the hearing or whenever it's reached, we're not going to reject it. All I'm saying is that if this matter will be settled, just assign the board as soon as possible. We probably will be assigning an investigator today to this case. But I support the parties speaking, negotiating. I support the parties having settlement agreements, because the board supports settlement agreements, because at the end of the day, the establishment will remain in the neighborhood. I think this let me see, this is a renewal. Yeah, this is a renewal. So it appears that the establishment is going to be in the neighborhood. And so at least if the parties are able to mutually come to terms that they're satisfied with, then that works. Rather than when the board makes a decision that one side is going to be happy, the other side might be unhappy, or vice versa. No one is happy. But if you have a settlement agreement, at least there's a meeting of the mind, and everyone walks away to be happy. So there's no specific deadline. The board supports settlement. And so I'm just saying that if you believe that this case will be settled and we will not go to a hearing, then you can let the agency know that there's no need to assign an investigator to this case, because we will settle this case. And that's all I'm saying. But I'm not saying to you, do not settle this case a day before the hearing, or even the day of the hearing. If the matter is settled, the board will accept that. Okay.
And sorry, one more question, not to belabor my time here and your time, but are there any videos available through ABRA? I haven't seen any, but I am not an attorney, and if we have to go to protest and we have to decide whether to bring on an attorney, is there any non-attorney resources that can help somebody, like video, a training that can help a layperson here in the community through a protest hearing?
Well, what I'll say to you, sir, all of our hearings are on YouTube, so you can go through our videos to see how a hearing. You can go on YouTube, so you can utilize the links and go to see our previous hearings to see the format that's followed. You can also reach out to our legal office. You can also send an FOIA request for if you need specific more specific information, you can send a formal FOIA request to our agency. But I think one of the points that I'd also recommend is by going to YouTube and look at the board's calendar and to see for cases that we have held protest hearing, and then you'll see the format that's followed.
Right.
You can also, all parties can reach out to ABRA Legal, our legal office, and our legal office will provide some type of basic information about how the format and the structure of a protest hearing. Just want to remind all the parties that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties must produce a PIP, and the PIP will identify the documents and witnesses that you will rely on the hearing. At the hearing, failure by either side to provide the agency with a PIP, the board is empowered to prevent that person from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Also, at the hearing, you'll have 1 hour, each side will have 1 hour to present their case, meaning that when I say each side, the licensee will have 1 hour and the ANC and the protestants combined will have 1 hour. And because the ANC and the protestants would have to decide who is going to represent the protestant at a hearing. So we're not going to have two separate cases. We're going to have one case. The parties would have no more than 4 witnesses. Okay. So if any questions that you have, you can reach out to our legal office, and we can provide some general information about how to do the PIP when the PIP is due. Any questions by anyone?
Thanks for the clarification, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
As I said, we support the parties speaking. If this matter can be settled, the agency and the board supports the settlement reached by the parties. But if not, we will see you on March 22nd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Okay? All right, thank you and have a great day. The next case on the calendar is case number 22 PRO 00155, Kickaxe Throw Social, license number 116454. Excuse me, this case has been canceled. The protest was previously withdrawn by ANC 5D. See board order number 2023-052. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00140, Mariachi Lounge Bar and Grill, license number 122495. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Z. Russell, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Nice. Hi, good morning.
Hold on 1 minute, please, Mr. Russell. Mr. Oriana, it's 10:55. There's no one else online for this case. If there's anyone else online for Mariachi Lounge and Bar, can you please identify yourself through the chat, please?
Hi, good morning, sir. My name is Z.I.
Hold on, Mr. Russell. Hold on, please, sir. Hold on, please.
No one else in the waiting area, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. Russell. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and identify yourself?
All right. My name is Z.I. Russell, Z like zebra, I like India, and last name Russell, RUSSKLL. And I'm like expedited lawyers from Pan Am Corporations.
So you're what, sir?
Expeditor and law firm. We just involved to helping license for Mariachi Grill and Bar.
All right, so you are the representative of the licensee. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. All right. All right. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing status for 10:30 this morning. It is 10:56. The case was called, and the only party that showed up today is the licensee. This license, if my understanding, was being protested by ANC, the ANC, sent by ANC4D. There's no representative of the ANC at this hearing. So because there's no representative of the ANC at this hearing, I make a motion that the ANC be dismissed from this, that their protest be dismissed. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. What this means, Mr. Russell, the agency will issue a board order giving the ANC 10 days to provide us with reasonable cause why they failed to appear at the the protest hearing status today. If the ANC fail to respond, or if they do not provide us with reasonable cause why they failed to appear today, their protest will be dismissed, and the agency will move towards issuing your license. So we'll follow the procedure in issuing the license for the licensee. So we will issue a board order we'll issue a board order, and the protestants will have 10 days to provide us with reasonable notice why they were not here today. And if they fail to respond, or if they fail to provide reasonable notice, the agency will move towards the process will continue to issue the new license. All right.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case on our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 22-251-00025, 12 after 12, license number 117238. And I'm also going to call a second case number 22-251-00026, 12 after 12, license number 117238. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government in this case, please?
Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Anthony Shello, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Klein and Mr. Fellow.
Yes, good morning.
All right, good morning. Mr. Fellow, are you there, sir? I see the government the government's on my screen, but the government, there's no.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. For some reason, the option to unmute and turn on my video wasn't working for a minute there.
All right, good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY-CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Good morning, Mr. Klein. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein, ANDREW, last name KLINE, attorney for the licensee.
Good morning, Mr. Klein. Good morning, again, Mr. Salcello. All right, the first case is case number 22-251-00025. Are there any preliminary matters in that case?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. In this matter,
Mr. Chair, I concur, but I suspect that there will be before we get to hearing. We have some more talking to do just to alert the board, but if not, we'll be ready to go to hearing.
all right, thank you, Mr. Klein, for that representation. If this matter goes to a hearing, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to provide us to exchange your documents or witnesses that you'll be relying on the hearing. At the hearing, failure on the part of the parties to disclose documents or witnesses, the board might prevent you from relying on those documents or witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. All right, so that's where we are for case number 22-251-00025. The next case is case number 22-251-00026. Are there any preliminary matters in that case?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mello. Mr. Klein?
Same representation. At this point, we do not, but we think it's likely that we will before the hearing.
Sir. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Again, reminding the parties that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties must exchange documents and witnesses. Failure on the parties to exchange documents and witnesses, the board might prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Any questions by any side?
No,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00021, Unity, license number 109064. Is this your case, Mr. Klein?
Yes, it's our law firm's case, and Ms. Johanna.
Fine. And you're all right. And this is also your case, Mr. Clark. Can the parties identify themselves for the record, please, starting with the government?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Klein?
Yes, Andrew Klein, ANDREW Klein, KLINE, on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The parties did reach a settlement agreement for an offer in compromise in this case. My understanding is it has not yet been able to be signed, but terms have been agreed upon.
So what is it that do you want to put on the this matter is, so what is it that you want? This is a show cause hearing. So therefore there's either a settlement or we're going to a full hearing. So if the terms are there, then the parties can present the terms and the board can vote to approve or disapprove it. But that's what we have to do today.
Yes, as I indicated, we were not able to get everything signed and submitted in advance, but I am prepared to read the agreement onto the record for the board's approval.
Fine. So what are the terms of the offer in compromise, please?
And I will, with the board's approval, read in its entirety the OIC in the matter of FD LLC TA Unity, case number 22-251-0021. District of Columbia, jointly with the licensee, submits this offer in compromise to ABRA board as authorized by 23 DCMR 1611.5 for approval by the board. Parties understand that if the board approves this OIC, the case will conclude. The scheduled show cause hearing will be vacated, and under 23 DCMR 1611.6, the OIC shall constitute a waiver of appeal for judicial review. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, the matter will be continued to the scheduled show cause hearing currently set for February 8, 2023. Respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of notice of the status hearing and show cause hearing that at this show cause hearing, respondent may be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, produce witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter. The OIC's terms are as follows. Charge 1, allowed for the establishment to be used for unlawful purposes under DC Code 25823A2 will be dismissed. Charge 2, failed to follow security plan under DC Code 25823A6 shall result in a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 3, sale to a minor, DC Code 25781 shall result in a warning. And charge 4, failed to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age under DC Code 25783 shall also result in a warning.
Mr. Klein, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise for charge 1, you allow the establishment to be used for unlawful or disorderly purpose for which the board may take action. DC Code Section 25823A2, that matter is dismissed. For charge 2, failed to comply with a security plan in violation of DC Code Section 25438A3G3, that there is a $1,000 fine. The fine must be payable in 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, sale to minor. That charge, that there is a warning. And charge 4, failure to take reasonable steps to ascertain whether the person of whom is sold is of adequate drinking age. That a warning is also issued on that matter. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, sir?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that your client is giving up his right to a hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by the board members? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. For charge 1 will be dismissed. For charge 2, there's a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge 3, sale to minor, a warning will be issued. On charge 4, ascertain legal drinking age, a warning will be issued. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Thank the parties for presenting an offer in compromise to the board. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You as well.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22CC00021, Capitol Hill Market, license number 78727. This matter has been canceled. An offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its consideration. All right, so we're at the end of our morning calendar. But since we're at the end of our morning calendar, let me now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of the hearing dated January 30th, 2023, for case number 22CC00063. It is Death Punch, Shabu Plus, and Shabuya Eatery, license number 114937. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, made substantial changes in operation without approval, first primary tier violation, statutory code, DC code section 25742. There is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days. And if the fine is not paid in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, operated a sidewalk cafe or summer garden without approval. Statutory authority, DC code section 113.01C. There is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely and until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Crockett, the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of an offering compromise in lawful hearing dated February 6, 2023. This is for case number 22CC00021, Capitol Hill Market, license number 114937. The offering compromise for this case is charge 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC code section 25781. There is a $3,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Also, the license shall be suspended for 10 days, with 4 days to be served beginning February 18th, 2023, and 6 days stayed for 1 year. Training. All employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the OIC, which would be today. I make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has accepted. Mr. Short has accepted the offer. Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. I can't hear you, Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated that she's voting yes. Mr. Cato. I'm sorry. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated December 28th, 2022, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1A and Cool Restaurant, license number 107631. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated February 3rd, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3D and Claudia's Table, license number 123532. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Can't hear Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated February 3rd, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Nellis, license number 075240. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. No, Ms. Crockett. Thank you. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5. Review of motion to reinstate canceled license dated February 1st, 2023. License was canceled on November 2nd, 2022 pursuant to board order number 2022-871. Stadium Club, license number 094244. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 7, review of motion to reinstate canceled license first dated February 6, 2023. The license was canceled on July 27th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-517. This is Shangri-La Lounge, license number 087348. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of Metro Condominiums Residents Association's motion for reconsideration of the dismissed protest dated January 30th, 2023. The protest was dismissed on January 17th, 2023, pursuant to board order number 2023-035. This is in Vegas Lounge, license number 001273. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will
Edward Grandis
second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of the applicant's opposition to motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated February 3rd, 2023. This is in the Vegas Lounge, license number 001273. This matter is now moot. Number 9, review of protestants' motion for declaratory order dated February 3rd, 2023 in Vision Lounge, license number 121350. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for sports wagering endorsement. This is for Tight Fight Pub, license number 121974. I make a motion that this matter be placarded. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for Hilo Poke and Sushi, license number 116335. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request for off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Made to Measure LLC storage facility at 2221B Adams Place Northeast. The request has been made by Lamont Royal, license number 120509. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the license. This is for National Union Building, license number 120514. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review request for refund of late charges paid for renewal. This is for Don Jaime, license number 021925. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review request for a personal auction permit for an event to be held on Thursday, February 3rd, 2023. The request has been made by Benchmark Wine and Spirits / Brentwood Wine DC, license number 118102. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 6 applicants on this docket. I will review the names of the applicant, the type of license that's been requested, the date, the license number, and the occupancy. And at the end of the list, I will I'll make a motion that the board approves these applications. The first application is a request from Lana Mahmoud for one-day license class F. This is for a concert at 6th and I Synagogue. This is on February 14th, 2023. The license number is 123921. 500 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 2, a request from Asteria Marlena Nicoletta Moroni Piccolo, Piccolo, a one-day substantial change. The request is the event is on February 25th, 2023. The substantial change is the change to use license off premises at 355 Water Street, Northeast for Ice Yards events. The license number is 092083 and the substantial change license number is 23SC00556. Number 3, a request from La Famosa, one-day substantial change. This is again for an Ice Yards on February 25th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change is the change to use the license off premises at 355 Water Street, Northeast for Ice Yard event. The license number is 115848. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00558. All right. The next request is a request from ABRA 301, a one-day substantial change. Again, this is for ice yards. This is on February 25th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change is the change to use the license off premises at 355 Water Street Northeast for the ice yards event. The license number is 092094. Substantial change license is 23 SC 00553. The next event is a request from Maxwell for a one-day substantial alibi / Maxwell, a one-day substantial change. This is again for ice yards on February 25th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change is the change to use the license off premises at 355 Water Street Northeast for ice yards event. The license number is 115589. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00559. And number 6, Shillen Cannon Company, a one-day substantial change, again for the ice yards on February 25th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change is the change to use the license off premises at 355 Water Street Northeast for the ice yards event. The license number is 106038. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00555. I make a motion that we approve these requests. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Short agrees. Mr. Cato agrees. Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Our final agenda item for the morning, this is our license administrative docket, is the license administrative docket. This is the final phase in the ABC board granting issuing the license for these applicants. On this docket, there are 13 applicants. I will read the name of the applicants, the class category, the license number, and what's been requested. The first applicant is Communal Restaurant, license number 108-392. They are retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Prost, P-R-O-S-T. Number 2, a request from Pecaria Emissary, license number 112163, retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is La Bichetta Cafe and Bar, which is spelled L-A-B-I-C-I-C-L-E-T-T-A, Cafe and Bar. Number 3, a request from Tortuga Caribbean Bar and Grill, license number 107131, retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Playa Ocho Cantina. Number 4, a request from La Hambe. Their license number is 099738. Their retailer C Tavern entertainment endorsement application. Number 5, a request from His and Hers Restaurant DC, license number 120010. Their retailer C Tavern entertainment endorsement application. Number 6, a request from O2 Lounge, license number 123267. Retailer C Tavern new ABC license application. Number 7, a request from Moonlight, license number 123883, retailer C Tavern, retailer Tavern transfer with sale application. Number 8, Curry and Pie in Georgetown, license number 123321, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 9, Claudia's Table, license number 123532, Retailer C, Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 10, Golden Flower, license number 123562, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 11, Happy Gyro / Happy Ice Cream, license number 123447, Retailer B, new ABC license application. Number 12, Chavo Enterprises LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 123490, Retailer B Beer and Wine, new ABC license application. And number 13, Wise Guy, license number 123164, their Retailer D Restaurant, transfer with sale application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett has indicated yes. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We have now come to the end of our morning calendar and our morning agenda item. I would like to thank all members of the public and the board who participated in our hearings this morning. The board will now go on adjournment until this afternoon at 1:30 for our afternoon calendar. I now request that all board members return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon for our afternoon session. Joining us is Mr. James Short. Mr. James Short currently, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board currently has 5 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum. I believe that Mr. Cada, board member Cada, will join us shortly. But we have 5 members in attendance, and we do have a quorum to move forward with our hearings today. I just want to, and board member Cada has now joined us. There are 5 cases that are currently scheduled for afternoon session. And before we get underway with this hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. As stated, there are 5 cases that are scheduled that are listed on our afternoon calendar. Once a case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. And our first case for the afternoon, it's a show cause hearing, and it's case number 22 CMP 00056, Safari Restaurant and Lounge, license number 90424. Ms. Doriana, good afternoon. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please? And also, I'm sorry, there's a investigator. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Colin Senchi, your access has been elevated. Prez Heme, your access has been elevated. Jovan Miller, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Teammate, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, my camera is on and my speaker is as well as
But
my
I'm not seeing you, sir. I can hear you, but I'm not seeing you. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session. Mr. Senchi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Prez Timmy.
No, not you, sir. I want the government first, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
All right, sir. For some strange reason, your volume is not as loud as it needs to be, so maybe you can turn your volume up on, please, sir. Okay.
Just one moment.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Thanks. Mr. Teammate, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prez Timmy. First name Frez and last name Teame.
And what's your relationship to this establishment?
I am the owner of the establishment, Safari DC and Restaurant and Lounge.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Senchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There is one preliminary matter, Chairperson Anderson. On Monday afternoon, Mr. Teammate submitted some documentary evidence that I believe he intends to use in today's hearing. The district is going to move in limine to have that evidence excluded. First of all, under the regulations that govern these hearings, all evidence needs to be submitted 7 days in advance of the hearing. But moreover, besides that, the evidence is simply not relevant to today's case. I've reviewed the evidence that Mr. Time has submitted, and what he has submitted are some emails that are referring to MPD reimbursable details for various dates across the past 2 years. The evidence in this case is going to show today that this is a case about one specific incident on July 10th, 2022, and none of the emails that Mr. Time has submitted refer to that date. So the emails are not relevant because they're not going to be referring to the date that's actually at issue here.
So you're saying you have two objections. One, on because they were not sent timely within the 7 days, and secondly, even if they were sent timely, your position that they're untimely, and secondly, they are not relevant for this hearing because they do not cover the period of infraction for this case. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Chairperson Anderson.
All right, Mr. Time, as you know, we had the show cause hearing status, I believe, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I, prior to closing the case, I informed both parties that you are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing. And 7 days prior to today's hearing was last week Wednesday. It's my understanding, sir, that and I have not seen the documents, but as raised by the government, that you did not comply with the 7-day requirement, that you disclosed the documents this past Monday, which is 2 days ago. So why, sir, did you not comply with the regulations to disclose your documents 7 days prior to the hearing, sir?
Absolutely, sir. And also the council is right. But what happened is I was hoping that I will resolve this issue with the council. Unfortunately, we didn't come to the agreement. That's why I submitted it. Honestly, like the council say, it wouldn't protect me from anything. But I was just trying to build a substance why what happened that day. So that's the reason. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments you want to make, Mr. Sanchez? No, sir, not you, sir. I'm talking to the government.
No, Chairperson Anderson.
Is there something else you were saying, Mr. Time?
Yes. If I am given the chance, I want to apologize for wasting the time of the board and the council and the government as well. This is what's happening. I am here since COVID. Our business.
Hold on, Mr. Sir. We haven't started the cases yet.
Okay.
We haven't started the cases yet. So the arguments that we're having right here is whether or not the documents that you disclose on Monday, whether or not the board should consider these documents in this particular case. So that's the only issue that we are being discussed. Now, I'd ask that the documents be disclosed 7 days prior, and I guess, Mr. I mean, it's a simple case, and I guess is this a matter that the parties can settle, or is this a matter that needs to go to a hearing?
Is that a question for me, Chairperson Anderson?
Well, I see Mr. Time was apologizing to wasting the board's time. So that's why I'm trying to find out, is this a case that can be settled? But either side can respond. I mean, I think from from what I'm seeing here is that of the I'm not sure what was proposed, but I guess what I'm trying to find out is this a case that can be settled, or is this a case that we need to go to hearing? I mean, I don't know.
I'll respond, Chairperson Anderson. The government has made its settlement offer to Mr. Time. As you can see, this is a one-charge case. The offer remains open, and Mr. Time was informed of that on the call that the offer would remain open. Mr. Time has refused the government's offer, and if he's not willing to settle the matter, we do have to go to a hearing.
All right, so Mr. Time, and this is, I'm not going to get into the specifics because that's why we're going to go to the hearing. The government made you a settlement offer, sir. Are you willing to accept the government's offer, or you want to go to a hearing for the board to determine whether or not you're guilty, and then whether or not you're innocent or guilty, and what fines, if any, will the board impose?
Yes, I didn't accept the government's offer. It is too hefty for the penalty. That's why I'm coming to the board to explain the situation. I was not given a fair chance to explain what happened. Then that's why I am here at the hearing.
All right. So let me ask the question. So, is it your position, sir, that are you saying that the infraction, the citation that was given, are you saying that yes, it was given and it's appropriate, and that you disagree with the fine amount, and so therefore if and that's what I'm trying to find out. Are you contesting the fact that are you innocent or guilty of this infraction? Mr. Time, I need you to, sir, to stay in one location.
Okay.
Because you're making me dizzy because you're moving. Okay, so why? Because
The
you're
network is bad. That's why I'm switching around.
All right, I appreciate that, sir. All right, so that's what I'm saying. Is there agreement to say that the infraction occurred, and that the parties want to argue, and the parties just want to argue what penalty, if any, should be imposed, or is it that you're saying, that I'm not guilty of this infraction? I don't need you to explain. I just say yes or no. From your perspective, sir, is there agreement or disagreement about the issuance of the citation?
I disagree on the sanitation.
That's why you disagree with it. All right, okay, fine. So then we have to go to a hearing because you disagree with it. So you disagree with that. You disagree that you are guilty of the infraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, fine. All right. So okay, so we'll have a hearing. What I'm going to do is that I'll reserve making a ruling on the disclosure. And so therefore, once the licensee presents his case, if he wants to rely on the documents, you can raise again your motion, and I will dispose of the motion. The board will dispose of the motion at that juncture. Are you still there, Mr. Senchi?
My apologies. I think my camera happened.
Yeah. So what I said is that I'm going to reserve making the ruling on your motion, and once the licensee presents his case, if he wants to rely on those documents, then you can because I don't know if he's going to do that. And so once he decides to present his case, and if he decides that he wants to rely on these documents, you can again renew your motion, and the board will make a determination at that juncture. Okay.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Mr. Time, if you're not speaking, put your phone on mute, please. Okay. All right. All right. So the way this works, Mr. Time, is that the government goes first. The government will call its witness. Both parties will be given an opportunity to give an opening statement. The government goes first. You can give an opening statement, or you can reserve an opening statement and give an opening statement and present your case when your time is. But the government goes first. They'll call a witness. You will have an opportunity. The government will ask questions of its witness. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness about the report, what he testified to. Once the government has presented its witness, the government will rest, and then you will have an opportunity to call. I don't know if you have any witnesses, or you're just going to call yourself as a witness. If you're going to call yourself as a witness, then I'll swear you in. You will testify. The government will have an opportunity to cross-examine you on the testimony. Then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of you of your testimony. And then we'll have closing statements. And then the board will take this matter under advisement and make a determination at a future date whether or not you are innocent or guilty of the infraction, and what fines, if any, the board will impose. Any questions before we start? Do you have any questions, sir? All right. Does the government does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. We are here today in the show cause matter of the Fab Lounge Incorporated, trading as Safari Restaurant and Lounge, located at 4306 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 211. This case is about a licensed establishment's willful and open disregard for a board order specifically tailored to the establishment. Today, you're going to hear that on the morning of July 10th, 2022, the establishment was providing DJ live entertainment at 12:20 a.m. without the presence of an MPD reimbursable detail, in violation of a March 3rd, 2021 board order, which requires the establishment to have MPD reimbursable detail be present when any live entertainment is being provided after 11:30 p.m. and for at least an hour after the close of business. Show cause notice issue in this matter concerns just one charge. The charge that the licensee failed to follow a board order in violation of DC Code Section 25823A6. District bears the burden of proof in this case. We have to show that the respondent did fail to follow the board order by substantial evidence in the record. We accept that burden, and we're going to be able to meet it through the testimony of our witness, ABRA investigator Jovan Miller. Investigator Miller will testify that he visited Safari Restaurant and Lounge on July 10th, 2022, just after midnight. You'll hear how he waited us outside of the establishment looking for an MPD reimbursable detail, and after he could not locate one, he went inside and saw a DJ playing music. The evidence will show that Investigator Miller never located an MPD reimbursable detail officer, despite the board order requiring one to be present. At the end of this hearing, it will be clear that the licensee failed to follow the board order, and the licensee cannot excuse itself from the obligations that this board has duly placed upon its license. That's why at the end of today's hearing, I will ask that you find in favor of the District of Columbia, and you apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25830. Thank you.
Mr. Timmy, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or do you want to reserve it until you're ready to present your case, sir?
Yeah, can you repeat that, Chairperson?
No, I said, do you want to make an opening statement at this juncture, which is an overview of your case, or you want to wait until you present your case?
I can wait until I present the case.
All right, fine. All right, you can. All right. Does the government have a witness that they wish to call?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. The district calls Investigator Jovan Miller.
Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jovan Miller, Jovan Miller.
Where do you work, sir?
So Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
What's your position with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
4 years.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities that you have as an investigator?
To conduct investigations and inspections of ABC licensed establishment within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with the establishment located at 4306 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20011 Safari Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with the establishment?
I conducted a case report for the establishment.
I want to talk about that case report. Did you visit the establishment on July 10th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I was sent there by my supervisor, Mark Bashirs, to ensure the establishment was following through on the board order.
You mentioned this board order. Did you know what the board order was that was at issue?
I did.
And what was it, to your knowledge?
The establishment was to have the establishment was supposed to have MPD reimbursable detail after 11:30 for live entertainment.
For the record, can you just briefly explain what an MPD reimbursable detail is?
This is a public safety initiative for MPD officers to patrol outside on-premise establishments for a time period.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Miller. Mr. Time, are you there, sir? Mr. Time.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
I prefer for you to be on camera because I need to make sure that you're here, and I don't know if you are there when you're not on camera because your name could appear on my screen, and I need to make sure that you're here, sir, for the entire hearing. So I need you to be on camera for the entire time. Is that correct? Do you understand, sir?
I think it was muted by your side by the.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I just need to make sure that you're always
Okay.
on camera for the hearing. All right? Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Clinton. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
I'll re-ask my last question. Investigator Miller, can you just explain for the record what an MPD reimbursable detail is?
This is a program for public safety initiative by MPD to patrol outside on-premise establishments.
When did you arrive at the establishment on July 10th, 2022?
I arrived approximately 5 minutes after 12.
When you arrived, did you see an MPD reimbursable detail officer at the establishment?
No, sir.
Did you see an MPD vehicle outside of the establishment?
No, sir.
Did you go inside the establishment as soon as you got there?
No, sir.
Why not?
I wanted to ensure that there was no MPD reimbursable detail in the area.
About how long did you wait outside the establishment before you went inside?
Close to 15, 20 minutes.
And that whole time you waited outside, did you see an MPD reimbursable detail?
No, sir.
Did you see an MPD vehicle pull up to park outside the establishment?
No, sir.
So about what time did you enter the establishment?
12:20 a.m.
When you got inside, what did you see?
I saw patrons inside of the establishment with a live DJ in the left side of the establishment.
So you say you saw a DJ. Was that DJ playing music when you walked in?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
I can hear the music from the speakers.
Did you take any pictures of the DJ that you saw?
Yes, sir.
All right, before we go any further, did you prepare a case report for this matter detailing your findings?
Yes, sir.
And were those pictures that you just mentioned included in that report?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize a copy of your report if I were to show it to you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, permission to share my screen with the government's exhibit?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Tenchi to share his screen, please?
Access has been elevated.
Go ahead, sir.
Investigator Miller, I'm going to scroll quickly through this document, so please review it silently to yourself as I do. Investigator Miller, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is a case report I authored.
Is it a part of your job as an investigator to draft these case reports?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to confirm for the record that the government's exhibit, the case report for Safari Restaurant and Lounge, is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR section 1713.10.
Yes, sir. It is a part of the record. Yes, it is in the record.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson. Investigator Miller, I'm going to direct your attention to page 7 of this PDF. The photograph with the sticker that says Government Exhibit 1. Do you see this picture on screen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see more of it. So, Investigator Miller, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
What does this picture show us?
That's the photograph I have taken of the DJ at the establishment.
What equipment was the DJ using in this picture?
The DJ had a laptop, a turntable, and 2 speakers.
Was he actively using that equipment while you were inside?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to page 8 of the PDF, the photograph with the sticker that says Government Exhibit 2. Are you able to see that?
Yes, sir.
Did you take this picture also?
Yes, sir.
What does this picture show us?
That is a extension of the first picture. I took pictures of the laptop and turntables that the DJ were utilizing.
And this equipment that we're seeing in this picture that wasn't in the first one, was the DJ using this while you were present inside the establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Investigator Miller, once you were inside of the establishment, did you see an MPD reimbursable detail officer in there?
No, sir.
Besides taking those pictures we just looked at, did you do anything else inside the establishment?
I looked for the ABC manager or owner for the establishment.
Were you able to find an ABC manager or owner?
Yes, sir.
Who did you find?
I found the ABC manager. Excuse me, I can't remember her name though.
That's all right. Would you like to have your recollection refreshed, sir?
Yes, sir. Actually, I remember. I have it here. I spoke with Miss Juan Woodson. Excuse me if I pronounced her name wrong.
All right. So when you spoke with Miss Juan Woodson, how were you able to tell that she was an ABC manager?
I asked her to provide her ABC manager license.
And did she do so?
Yes, sir.
What did you say to her after you started speaking with her?
I asked her about the reimbursable detail officer that was supposed to be at the establishment doing live entertainment.
How did she respond when you asked her about the reimbursable detail officer?
She stated she did not know about the reimbursable detail officer being needed.
Did that concern you when the establishment's ABC manager told you she didn't know about a requirement to have a reimbursable detail officer present?
Can you ask the question again?
Did it concern you when the ABC manager for the establishment told you that she didn't know she needed to have a reimbursable detail officer present?
No, sir.
How did it strike you when she told you that?
I believe that the owner is supposed to be, well, the owner and the ABC manager, excuse me, let me backtrack, excuse me. The ABC manager is the liaison between me and the owner. So any information as far as board orders or any other regulations that were not communicated to the ABC manager is supposed to be passed down from the owner, not from ABRA.
Would it be your expectation that the ABC manager would be aware of the establishment's requirements imposed by the board?
Yes, sir.
So after you spoke with the ABC manager, did you do anything else inside the establishment?
I took pictures of the DJ for the 2 exhibits, and I also went over the board order with the ABC manager.
How did the ABC manager respond when you showed her the board order?
She stated again that she did not know about this information.
So the entire time that you were inside of that establishment, did you ever see an MPD reimbursable detail officer?
No, sir.
And when you were leaving the establishment, did you see an MPD reimbursable detail officer outside?
No, sir.
We've talked about this board order that's at issue a lot. Were you ever able to locate a copy of that board order that was at issue?
I did. I had a copy for myself.
Chairperson Anderson, permission to share my screen with the already emitted exhibit?
I believe you probably should still have that permission.
Screen. Investigator Miller, are you able to see that?
Yes, sir.
I'm directing your attention to page 9 of the order, which is page 17 of the PDF. What section of the board order did you find that the establishment violated on July 10th, 2022?
On page 9, under order number 4.
Can you read that section aloud for the record?
Yes, sir. No live entertainment shall occur after 11:30 p.m. unless the establishment hires the Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable detail to present while entertainment is provided and for at least 1 hour after the close of business.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Investigator Miller, this might seem obvious, but the entire time you were at the establishment on July 10th, 2022, was it after 11:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
During that time, was the establishment providing live entertainment?
Yes, sir.
And across the entire time that you were outside and inside of the establishment, did you see any evidence at all that the establishment had an MPD reimbursable detail officer present?
No, sir.
Thank you, investigator. Chairperson Anderson, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Time, do you have any questions of the investigator?
Yes, the question that I have to the investigator is, thank you, Investigator Miller. I didn't get a fair chance to explain, call to the office, what is the situation. So the case was gone straight to the board. That's why I am here, because it's not fair for the establishments. The establishment,
Mr. Time,
yes.
at this stage, you need to ask the question of the investigator. If you don't have a question for the investigator,
Yes.
you're not presenting your case.
Yes, my question to the
government.
investigator is
Okay.
why I'm not get a fair chance to get a phone call from the office and to explain my violation.
Good afternoon. For the question that you stated, the reason for ABC managers is for them to be the liaison between ABRA and the owner when you're not present. So any information that is given to the ABC manager, there's their duty to relay that information over to the owner. Hopefully that answered your question.
Do you have any other questions that you wish to ask the?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Any questions by the board of the investigator? Mr. Miller, once you once you had a conversation with the ABC manager, did you write a citation?
No, sir.
So when was a citation issued for this case?
I have one more question to the investigator.
Mr. Time, I asked you so you didn't have any questions. All right, but I'm sorry. Do you have a question you want to ask, sir? What's the question you want to ask, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, yes. To investigator Miller, you have only a picture of the DJ. You don't have any other pictures. Why?
Pictures as far as what other pictures? Are you,
The
are you?
picture of the room, how many people were in there, that indicates that there was really a live event.
Well, the definition of a live entertainment is anything of mixing music with instruments. So I didn't need to take pictures of patrons to be in violation of the board order because you had a DJ, regardless if you had patrons or no patrons.
Do you have any other questions, sir?
No, I would put in my case.
All right. So I guess what the question I'm asking, Mr. Miller. So when was the licensee advised that there was a citation?
I don't believe the licensee was notified of a citation. I think this was a primary tier. Or
No, that's not the question I'm asking, sir. I mean, when did you explain to the ABC manager that they were in violation of of the board order and that you're going to take this back for a possible citation? That's what I'm trying to find out. Once you saw what occurred, what was what conversations, if any, did you have with the ABC manager?
I notified them of the violation, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I did forward her the board order so she can have it. And I also notified her to let her know that they're in violation of the board order.
All right. All right. Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Time, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Short.
I have a question of the investigator. Good afternoon, Investigator Miller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Other than your official duties when you went there to investigate the Safari Lounge, was there any other reason for you to be there other than to do your official duties?
I'm sorry, sir, you broke up.
You were there on the evening that you investigated and found that there was no MPD detail outside, reimbursable detail. And that was a violation and you wrote it up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were sworn to do when you took the job as investigator?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any other reason to go there other than for official business?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Time, do you have any questions
No, sir.
All right. And if any redirect, Mr. Sinchi.
No, Chairperson Anderson, may Investigator Miller be excused.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Miller. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Does the government have another witness?
No, Chairperson Anderson, the government rests its case.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Time, this is your opportunity to present your case. Do you have a witness you wish to call, sir? Or you're the only witness?
I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me, Mr. Time? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, a little bit now.
Can everyone hear me, or is it Mr. Time? Well, Mr. Time, everyone says they can hear me, so you're the one who's not hearing me, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, probably it's my connection, sir.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. How do you you can speak, or you can present your case, sir.
Yeah, yes. Am I given the chance?
This is your opportunity, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson, the council, and all board members. This is a situation. This is a monthly event that we have since COVID. The business in Safari DC, it doesn't pick. So we have only one event that are held every month, the second Saturday of the month. And for all this month is the MPD detailed service is submitted for this particular month in July. Because of the monkeypox and the COVID peak, the host decided to cancel this event. So the MPD detailed service was not submitted. But unfortunately, a DJ that was coming to play, he came from New York, all the way from New York, and he wanted to play music. That's why I asked the inspector. There was nobody in the room except his two friends. My bar manager and bartender was only 5 people. It was an empty place, but I allow the DJ to play his music. And that's why I was asking that for the inspector, he was doing his job. He comes and he see a DJ playing. Obviously, it's a violation. But if the establishment was given a fair chance to explain why, how, and all that, it just changed the whole thing. That's why, as a licensee holder and relationship with ABRA, it should be like partners. We should give a fair share, call to the office and explain the situation before we are penalized. So that's why I am asking the board's time today. See, we don't have no violation at all. We always submitted and get a detailed service. We paid on time and all that. But for the event was canceled, I didn't. I am the one that who submitted with Miss Brenda Smith that handles the detailed service, send an email and get a response, and that's how it works. And so this is what I'm saying. So for us, it is not a violation for business that we hardly do any business. We open only Friday and Saturdays because of the situations, and also we have only an event once a month, and for this particular day. I mean, the event is canceled. The spike on the COVID and the monkeypox and all that. That's why I was asking, for the board and for the council to be fair and to give us a warning, to make us learn from this, because for me it was honest and wrong judgment I took to allow the DJ play. As a matter of fact, before the inspector come into the establishment, I walked out to the Safeway, which is 24 hours down the street from me, to get some salad. And when I come back, I was notified by my manager that the ABRA inspector was here. So this is all about. So again, I want to apologize sincerely because I follow the rules. I've been in this business for almost 20 something years. I run 2 businesses. I have a few violations in the past beyond my control and all that, and I learned from it, and I doing my best to comply with the laws and to do that. And that's why I am asking this board to be fairly, punish the establishment if it needs to be punished, or just give us a warning, then learn from it. This is a story of it, and this is the honest truth. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tenchi, any questions of Mr. Teammate?
No cross-examination.
Any questions by the board members? All right. Does the government wish to make a closing argument? Closing statement?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. May I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Members of the board, this case has been about a licensed establishment willfully disregarding a board order that applies only to it. And today the district met its burden and proved by substantial evidence that the licensee did in fact fail to follow a board order. Substantial evidence is not a high burden. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even preponderance of the evidence. Just a degree of relevant evidence to which a reasonable person considering the record as a whole might accept as adequate to support a conclusion, even if others might disagree. The district has certainly met that burden today. Testimony of Investigator Miller, his case report, Mr. Teammay's own statements have all confirmed it for us. Investigator Miller got up on the stand and he told us that he visited the establishment on the morning of July 10th, 2022. When he was there, he did not see an MPD reimbursable detail. When he went inside, he did not see a reimbursable detail. When he took pictures of the DJ that was playing at the establishment, he did not see that reimbursable detail. Spoke to the ABC manager, left the establishment, and as he was leaving, Still outside, he did not see a reimbursable detail. He even went beyond and he waited 15 minutes outside before he even went inside the establishment. But all that time, he never saw the MPD reimbursable detail. The entire time he was there, it was after 11:30 p.m. We all looked at the board's order together. We saw that the board's order does not have carve-outs. It does not have exceptions. The requirement for the establishment is to have an MPD reimbursable detail be present at the establishment if it is providing live entertainment for the entire time that the entertainment is being provided and for up to an hour after the establishment is closed. The establishment was open when Investigator Miller was present, meaning that not only was there the violation for the MPD detail not being present at that time, but the MPD detail couldn't have been there for an hour after close, as was also required. The establishment had this obligation, and it knew it had this obligation. Mr. Time just said during his own case that he knew, of course, that's a violation when Investigator Miller saw the DJ playing. He confirmed that the MPD detail was not there in his statement, that the MPD detail had canceled because of the cancellation of a different event. But he also confirmed for us that a DJ who was coming down from New York was going to play at the establishment, and Mr. Time allowed that to happen. Letting this happen, regardless of how many people are in the establishment, is a violation of the board order. Mr. Time wants there to be exceptions, wants there to be changes made for his circumstances. But the only circumstances that he brought before us today were that there were not a sufficient number of people in the establishment. He's given us no evidence that there were only a few people in the establishment. He's given us no evidence that he made a request of MPD reimbursable detail to be present and that they simply did not show up. All that we heard today was that we should take it easy on Mr. Time. But this board's order was violated. Board's order that was formed after a separate fact-finding and investigation and a hearing. The board does not issue these orders with no rationale behind them. The rationale here was to help provide security when live entertainment is being provided at the establishment. Here, live entertainment was being provided. And Mr. Time knew that, but did not have the reimbursable detail present like he was supposed to do. The violation here is clear. There is no other outcome but one in favor of the district. We ask that you apply a penalty consistent with the DCMR and DC code. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Time, any final comments, any final arguments you want to make? What do you want to?
I'm just saying, explain the situation, circumstances. So I hope the board will consider this and make a right decision with the council. So thank you so much for your time again.
All right, thank you. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on, I'm sorry, before I say that, the record is now closed. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 CMP 00056 Safari Restaurant and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 CMP 00056 Safari Restaurant and Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will take this matter under advisement and issue a decision accordingly. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Chairperson Anderson.
You're welcome. Thanks. All right, the next case is case number 22CC00023, Quality Convenience Store License number 83074. This hearing is now canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on February 23rd, 2023. See board order number 2023-049. The next case is case number 22PRO00101, Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 75240. This case has been canceled. The board approved a settlement agreement. See board order number 2023-065. The next case in our calendar is case number 22PRO00115, Twally, license number 122616. This case has been canceled. The board received a settlement agreement from the parties that has been considered for approval. All right. It is now 2:24. The board will go into recess until 3 o'clock. So I'm going to ask all board members to return to executive session, and we will resume our afternoon hearing at 3 p.m. So I will see you at 3 p.m. and now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. We're in the record. Our next case is case number 22 PRO 00148 and 22 PRO 00084, Champion Kitchen license number 103055. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Ms. Johannes, where are your parties? I'm sorry, the licensee, I'm sorry, not the licensee, the protestants, are they planning to be here today?
My understanding is that they are.
Okay, all right. This hearing was postponed to 1:30 to 3 o'clock because it's my understanding that the parties asked us to postpone to 3 o'clock. So, all right, it says that Paula Edwards is here, so maybe she can be, all right. All right, Ms. Edwards, is there anyone else who needs to be elevated? Ms. Edwards, is there anyone else who's there who needs to be elevated, ma'am? Mr. Oriana, is Ms. Edwards on mute?
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Edwards, is there anyone else that needs to be elevated on your side, ma'am?
I do not believe so. I don't believe Mr. Carnes is able to attend.
All right. All right. Do you have a camera you can turn on, Ms. Edwards?
I'm turning it on now. Let's see. There I am. Okay. Can you see me?
No, ma'am. All right, but yes, now I can. All right.
Okay.
Could the parties identify themselves for the record? Let's start with the licensee.
Yes. Sion Johannes here on behalf of the licensee. That is SIDONYOHANNES. And client is also here. Eo Worku.
Where is he?
I see him as a participant. He's been Eo, are you? There you go.
Sir, can you identify yourself for the record, please? Spell and state your name for the record. I can't hear you, sir.
He is working on it. I let him know that we cannot hear him. I've asked him to go ahead and just call in so he can actually be heard. I don't know what's happening with his speakers or volume.
Speak, sir. I think I can hear you. Say something. No, I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. Nope. I guess while we're all right, Miss Edwards, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Paula Edwards, Treasurer, SPCA, PAULA, EDWARDS.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right. I think our IT person is trying to communicate with him to let him know how to join. Miss Johannes, for the record, just who is it that we're waiting to get on the line?
The owner of Champion Kitchen, that's EO Worku, and that's EYOB WORKU.
All right, thank you. All right, now are we having a hearing today of this matter, or is this matter settled? What's going on?
Okay.
No,
We do have.
You Miss Johannes.
Sure. We have a agreement that has been signed by my client, and we are awaiting signatures from SPCA at this point.
We're having this hearing, so is there something that we can memorialize this on? Basically, we have a board order to say these are the terms.
Unfortunately, no. We presented this to our board and they would not approve it. So I think we'll
So
have
what
to
is
go
it
forward.
that? But I think, but you're at a disadvantage, Miss Edwards. We can't.
But
Hold on a minute. Procedurally, we're having a hearing today.
yes.
All right. You have no documents or witnesses. It's my understanding that there's no PIP. So the only thing you can do is cross-examine, and I know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And so because you're president of the Civic Association.
No, I'm treasurer.
I'm sorry, you're treasurer of the Civic Association.
Yes.
So there have been no surprise if you decide to testify. So but there's nobody else on your side to testify can testify. So where we are, so what's going to happen is that we'll call the investigator. I'm sorry. Who is the investigator in this case?
Investigator Puente.
Is Mr. Puente in the room to be elevated? So what would occur today is that the investigator will testify, the licensee will put on a case, and you can cross-examine. So that's it, and the board will issue a decision based on the presentation that was made, based on the licensee's presentation. So I'm not telling people to do settlement agreement, but conceivably, you might be in a better position by having a settlement agreement. But if I'm not going to tell people to settle, so we're gonna do the hearing. But I'm just pointing out to you where we are.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
There were two cases. One is the protest hearing, and the other is the settlement, the abrogation of the original settlement agreement. Yes, the settlement agreement change. So I'm sorry, the negation of the original settlement agreement, right? So
I'm sorry. Renew petition to terminate or amend the settlement agreement. Right. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
So how will the cases go? Will they be adjudicated together or?
Yes.
Okay.
The board will make a decision based on the presentation that's made today, whether or not to renew the license, and whether or not, based on the presentation, whether or not we'll amend or terminate the settlement agreement. And and you're only limited to asking cross-examination.
Sure, that's fine. I mean, I explained that to our board. I can't sign the agreement without their consent.
So. And if I may, at this point, I mean, this is the very first time that I've heard that the board has actually decided not, has decided to vote against this agreement. We've been, this is, at this very point,
Well,
we've been
I'm
in
just be honest,
continuous.
it's irrelevant at this point.
Well, it's relevant in that we filed a PIF a week ago. They've not filed a PIF at this point. They've not filed, an exhibit for an exhibit list, or nothing has been done in terms of what they plan to say. We understand
I can't.
what we've negotiated on, but I at this point do want to move for dismissal of their protest in both matters under 1722.10, and believe that their protest.
You said 17. I'm sorry. What is it?
1722.10.
So you're asking to
That they failed to file their PIF, their exhibit forms pursuant to the section, and that their failure to do so should result in a dismissal of their protest.
Ms. Edwards, okay. Any other arguments that you wish to make? I'm looking for my my rule, but I'm gonna.
I suppose it's a weak argument, but we appeared at a hearing before this body with Premier Lounge that did not file a PIF, and our protest was not dismissed. I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you want to dismiss it, that's fine. My concern is about the settlement agreement, but I believe that our protest is valid, and whether we present arguments or not, it should not negate the inspector's report and any concerns we have about the applicant's record, which is terrible. So I didn't see that the mere not filing a PIF would invalidate our protest.
This matter was scheduled for protest. It's my well, this matter was scheduled for protest hearing last week.
Yes.
Yeah. The parties asked for a second mediation.
We did.
We postponed the timing of the protest hearing because the parties stated that we need a second mediation. And so therefore the board waited for the second mediation.
We did.
After the allotted time for the second mediation had expired, the parties informed the board that there's going to have a settlement agreement. And so therefore we should schedule it for today as a placeholder. So as far as the board was concerned, we were not having a hearing today. This was just a placeholder in our calendar. This hearing was scheduled for 1:30 to 1:30 this afternoon. The board has been told this entire time that the parties we have some signed agreement, and so therefore we should postpone this hearing, moving this hearing from 3 o'clock, from 1:30 to 3 o'clock. My understanding was that when we were having this hearing today, that we would have had a settlement agreement that or some. Now I'm being told that after this matter was postponed to have a settlement agreement, a mediation, and keep a that this was just a holding. We were not really going to have this hearing today. Then I'm now told that the board. So when is it that Ms. Edwards? So when is it that your board voted to reject this agreement?
First, I'm not the primary on this. I just found out that I was going to be appearing as the primary on this morning. Mr. Jackson Carnes was the primary. Secondly, unlike everyone else in this room, I'm the only one not being paid. We have spent many hours doing the settlement agreement. We entered into it in good faith. We received, I believe, from the applicant its last version on Monday, and we submitted it to our board in an emergency fashion to consider for today. that, in a sense, even violated our bylaws, but we did the best we could. And there was so much pushback on the settlement agreement that we designed to increase the occupancy that we were told that it did not represent the wishes of the board, and I cannot proceed without a signature or approval from the board. So, I can only do what's given. I can only proceed with what's given to me.
All right. Any other representation you ask, Ms. Giannis?
Yeah, I will just say, and at no time, if it was presented on Monday, at no time were we informed that there was a no. We continued to negotiate in good faith. We continued to discuss in good faith up until literally a couple minutes before I logged into this hearing. This is the very first time I'm being informed that we're actually going to a protest hearing. I think I don't think this is in good faith, and I believe that this is prejudicial to my client and that it should be dismissed. They had numerous opportunities to file a protest. Or file a PIF, to file an exhibit form to inform the board that they were moving forward, and they failed to do so.
My counter is that we operated in good faith, that we did not receive a final from the applicant until Monday when we requested previously. I believe we negotiated on Monday. We received a draft from the applicant last Friday. We worked with it. We negotiated again on Monday. And then we received another draft from the applicant and presented it to our board as soon as we were able to work with it. This is a timing thing. And we did the best we could with the time we had, and we negotiated in very good faith. I think the applicant made a good faith effort to meet us. We did the same, but our board has rejected it.
And now, this matter was scheduled for 1:30 hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Why was this matter postponed today to 3 o'clock?
I have no idea.
My understanding was that SPCA was waiting on votes, and that they didn't have majority at the time, and they were waiting on votes for this agreement to sign on to the agreement. And
I did not request it, so I have no idea.
It was not through Miss Edwards. It wasn't through Miss Edwards, but.
So what, all right. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing at 1:30 today. Ms. Giannis, what was your understanding by whom?
My understanding by I've been speaking to Jackson Carnes, and my understanding,
who is Jackson
Carnes is the president of SPCA.
Okay.
And my understanding is that they were waiting, they being SPCA, on votes in order to sign off on the agreement. He didn't have the majority at the time, the majority to take the vote. And so he was just waiting. He said it could come in any minute. We may get it before. Initially, the idea was to sign before 1:30. As we got closer, I was told that, he just wasn't sure, which is why the request was made to give us some additional time, assuming he would have spoken to whom he needed to speak to get the votes. We've been in continuous communications, literally up until a couple minutes before I logged into this hearing.
And so where is Mr. Carnes?
Mr. Carnes this morning asked me to sit in on the meeting instead of him. It's at 11 o'clock. I have been participating in the negotiations with Ms. Johannes, but Mr. Carnes has been the primary. And I don't know where Mr. Carnes is.
All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22PRO00148 and case number 22PRO00084, Champion Kitchen, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. The board will go to seek legal advice from our counsel on the next step. I will ask all parties to stay online and mute your lines, and we will be back. I'll ask all board members to return to executive session, please. Thank you. We're back on the record. Are you here, Miss Edwards?
Yes, let me get the camera back on. Yes, I'm on.
All right. We're here on this matter. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing on. I just want to put this matter in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
This is case number 22 PRO 00148 and case number 22 PRO 00084, application to renew the license, petition to amend or terminate the settlement agreement. A roll call hearing in this case was held in August of 2022. The first mediation was held on December 8th, 2022. A status hearing was held on January 11th, 2023. And at the status hearing, both parties were reminded that they had that a PIP must be filed, and that a PIP must be filed 7 days prior to the hearing, and failure by either party to file a PIP unless good cause is shown, the board might prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that are not disclosed at the PIP. And that is pursuant to 1722.10, which basically says failure to file a PIP in exhibit form pursuant to this section may result in the exclusion of evidence, the dismissal of the license application or protest, unless in the discretion of the board, good cause is shown for the party's failure to file. That's the section. All right. As I said before, the status hearing was scheduled for January the we had a status hearing on January the 11th, 2023. This matter was, then we had and on January the 11th, 2023, the parties were reminded that a PIP should have been filed, and the deadline for the PIP to be filed. Also, it's my understanding, also on January 25th, 2023, ABRA staff sent an email to remind all parties of the PIP. The applicant responded. It's my understanding that the protestant did not respond. There was a mediation. A mediation was held. The second mediation. The first mediation was held again December 20th, 2022. A second mediation was held on February 6th, 2023. And what is also so another mediation was held on February 6th, 2023. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing on February 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So on February 1st, 2023, the hearing was scheduled for 1:30. The parties advised the board was advised earlier in the day that the parties were discussing settlement, so they wanted to have a mediation, and can we postpone that hearing to a later point in the afternoon? So rather than the hearing be held at 1:30 p.m., the hearing was convened at 3 p.m. The case was called at 3 p.m. on February the 1st, 2023. The parties were advised by the board that they believe that a settlement would be reached, and so therefore this matter should be a placeholder placed on the schedule for a protest hearing today, February the 8th, 2023. The board was advised this morning that although this matter was scheduled for 1:30 p.m., can we postpone rather than having the hearing at 1:30, we should have the hearing at 3 o'clock based on the discussions of the parties regarding settlement. This case was called at 3 o'clock. The board was told that there is no settlement because it appears that the civic association that their board had rejected some settlement earlier in the week, and the at no point has the civic association provided a PIP. One has never been filed, and so therefore, and I believe that based on the representation that was made today, and I think even more so, I see that Ms. Paula Edwards is here, and the individual who has been, my understanding, the person who has been at the hearing to represent the Civic Association is Mr. Jackson Carnes, who is the president of the Civic Association. Ms. Edwards also stated on the record today that she was asked at 11 a.m. this morning to fill in for Mr. Carnes. Ms. Ioannis, the attorney for the applicant, represented today that she was informed by Mr. Carnes that they were waiting for one of the reasons why we had the postponement today. It's because they were waiting for sufficient members of the Civic Association, the Shepherd Park Association, to sign off on the settlement agreement. With all that said, it's my view that reasonable cause, good cause, has not been shown by the Civic Association for their failure to provide a PIP. And so I'm making a motion that I'll give you an opportunity.
Yeah, if you give me an opportunity to speak, I appreciate it.
Then I will make a motion to the board that the agency be directed to move forward with the renewal of the license application and the termination of the settlement agreement. That's the motion I would make to the board. Ms. Edwards, you stated your need to make a comment.
I'm looking at the transcript of the hearing that I appeared in on June 29th, 2022 for the new 7307. The applicant did not present a PIF. The applicant presented nothing. And the case was, and we proceeded with the protest. Now, is it only the applicant who is required? I mean, is it only the protestant that is required to submit a PIF? Because there was no question raised about the applicants not having provided a PIF and being invalidated because of it. No one asked for good cause that he did not provide a PIF. No one asked him why. They just said he didn't provide a PIF. I'll show you the page.
What case are you talking about, ma'am?
It is the matter of the new 7307 Inc. TA Premier Lounge, 7307 Georgia Avenue Northwest, license C 120372. Retailer CT ANC 4B, case number 22-PRO-00022.
Okay, so you're stating that for another case that a PIP was not provided
And no
and
questions asked.
um all cases are different, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, right.
And one of the reasons why, and I'm going to state this again, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
This is a case that we had a roll call hearing in this particular
Mm-hmm.
case on August of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
We were supposed to have had if we had a hearing last week, which we were scheduled to have a hearing last week. The board postponed the hearing from 1:30 to 3 o'clock because the parties told us that they want to provide they wanted to participate in a second mediation. And so rather than having the hearing at 1:30, we had the hearing at 3 o'clock. When the case was called at 3 o'clock, the parties informed the board that, all right, we're still talking. We believe that we're going to have a settlement. And so therefore, I need you to postpone this hearing until today as a placeholder, not to have a hearing, but just as a placeholder, because this case was scheduled for 1:30. We were informed today that the parties were still waiting to have the agreement signed. So therefore, rather than have the hearing at 1:30, we agreed to have the hearing at 3 o'clock. It's now 3 o'clock. The Civic Association is in no position to challenge the renewal or the settlement agreement.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I believe that we are in the position based on cross-examination to challenge this. And I believe that if you're making your motion based on the fact that we've rescheduled, then please state that. If you're making your motion on the basis that we did not submit a PIF, then I say that has happened before and and the protests have been allowed to proceed. So I think that this applicant's record is such that, based merely on cross-examination, we can make a good case for not renewing it, whether you decide to renew it or not. But I think we can make a very good case for not renewing it based on the applicant's record alone and based on cross-examination.
But Ms. Edwards, this is on the decision that has been made is being made on the totality of the circumstances, because the designated representative for the Civic Association is Mr. Jackson Carnes.
But
you're just, I don't have, you, that's the person who's representing.
I was at the roll call hearing. I've been at every hearing for this, so I'm on the roll call.
Yes, and you were at the status hearing also.
Exactly.
Yes, you were at the status hearing. But based on the totality of the circumstances of this particular case, that is the decision that the board is making. Making. And this is not personal at you, ma'am. I just think that this is an abuse of the process, because, as I've always stated before, the board supports settlement, and that's one of the reasons why we postponed the hearing from last week. We postponed it from 1:30 to 3 o'clock. It was scheduled for last week. It was now scheduled for today as a placeholder. It was scheduled for today at 1:30. It was postponed from 1:30 to 3 o'clock based on the representation that's made by the parties. And so representations are made that we're just waiting for a signature. Now I'm being told Wednesday that the Civic Association rejected the settlement agreement on Monday. Today is Wednesday.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
You presented earlier, ma'am,
I said that we received a draft on Monday. We
On
revised it on Tuesday and we presented it to the board on Tuesday evening. That is exactly what I said. I'm sorry.
Well, I stand corrected, but initially that's what you had said on Monday, and that they. So when is it, ma'am? We're sitting here today.
Chairman?
So are you saying that? Hold on, yes, Mr. Grandis. Yes, hold on. No, I'm getting. Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
I believe the record last week clearly gave the board the impression that the applicant or the licensee to renew and the protestants were in a dialogue, and they requested for an additional week. The reason it's this week is because they requested it for an additional week. And I believe the record would show from last week that the assurance they gave us was that we were going to come back and have a settlement agreement for the board to consider. And I believe that it's been stated today that that also was the desire of the representative of the group, but that on Tuesday, meaning yesterday, for whatever reason, the board failed to adopt it or agree to that. And therefore, I'm concerned that we can't continue postponing these types of hearings because we will never get decisions made. And I believe the protestants were in good faith last week. I believe the representative today from the Civic Association is in very good faith. But I still think that we have rules that we have to follow as a board. And we're now put in a sort of a hard place because we relied on the assurances that's in the record from last week. Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So that's the motion. Any discussion by anyone before? Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Any discussion? Hear none. So let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Short? I cannot hear you, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short votes present.
Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
I agree.
Ms. Henson?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board votes 5-0-0 to dismiss the protests and direct the agency to move forward with the renewal of the license application and to terminate the settlement agreement. Mr. Short voted present. The protestant will issue an order. The protestant will have an opportunity to ask the board to reconsider its decision once the board order is issued. But that is they'll be given 10 days. They can file a motion to ask the board to reconsider the decision that was made today. The decision that the board made today, the board typically is not hard and fast on the PIP in the sense that we listen to representation made by the parties, and if the board believes that good cause has been shown, the board will vote to move forward by allowing parties to testify if good cause has been shown. In this particular case, based on the procedural history of this case, the board does not believe that the protestant have provided good cause why we should allow them to move forward. And the board, or at least I believe that this has been an abuse of the process because it's a case that had started in August of 2022, and this is now February of 2023. But as I stated, we will issue an order and the protestant will have an opportunity to file a motion to ask the board to reconsider its determination.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Edwards.
Which case does this pertain to?
Both cases, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, Miss Edwards. This
All right.
both
No,
this
that's
is
fine. We'll be back.
Miss Edwards, the cases the cases to be decided today, as I stated, is case number 22 PRO 00148 and case number 22 PRO 00084. One of the case is a petition to renew the license, and the second case is a petition to amend or terminate the settlement agreement. The parties asked the board to combine both cases.
I'm sorry. Let me speak after you finish. I'm sorry.
This board has been moving that these cases were consolidated, and it's the two protests to amend, to renew the license, and to amend the settlement agreement. That those are the issues that the parties, that's the issue that the board was asked to settle. And that is the issue, ma'am. That is it.
I haven't said anything.
The protests, I just want record to, hold on. Let me go one more. I'll do one thing for you, Miss Edwards. Hold on 1 minute.
I was at that hearing.
Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah, I was at the hearing. I remember exactly what happened. So keep going.
I'm gonna do something. Hold on. I'm gonna do one thing, Miss Edwards. I'm looking at something I'm gonna read for you.
And I can pull up the hearing where you combine the cases too.
I'm gonna. When we had the status hearing, when we had the status hearing January 11th.
Yep, I was there.
It's the case was called January 11th. I'm looking at the transcript.
I was there.
And the two cases were called.
Yes.
Case number 22 PRO 00084, petition to amend or terminate settlement agreement.
Yes.
And case number 22 PRO 00148, application to renew the license. Okay.
Yes.
That is the case that's scheduled. Those are the cases that are scheduled today.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure what is it you don't understand, ma'am?
You said it's not that I don't understand. You stated that the applicant, that the parties requested that the cases be combined. The applicant requested that the cases be combined. The board wanted to combine the cases, but the protestants requested that the cases be kept separate. So what you stated, that the parties requested that the cases be combined, is not correct. The applicant did and the board did. And we said, if you're going to combine them, then fine, or something, I think, at the end. But we did not request that the cases be combined. And I have the YouTube video here. I can pull it up.
I will say that the board order does indicate that the applicant made the request, but it indicates that the petitioner or Mr. Carnes consented at the status hearing.
He consented after the board said that it would make the determination. I was at the status hearing also.
Yeah, I was just letting you know what the board order says.
That may be what the court order says, but I was there. And I specifically asked that the cases not be combined for this reason, because I knew this was going to happen.
I'm reading the transcript from the roll call hearing, Miss
Mhm.
whether or not the matter is consolidated or not, we had two protest hearings.
That's fine.
One was to renew the license, and one was to amend or terminate the settlement agreement. The protest hearing was scheduled for today,
Mhm.
and the protestant never filed a PIP for either case. So even if it was one case or two case,
Mhm.
the protestant never filed a PIP in either case,
Mhm.
and based on the representation that was made today, reasonable cause, the board concluded that reasonable cause has not been shown by the protestant
That's fine.
in either case to move forward.
I just want the record to be clear. That's fine.
And
I
that's
understand what you're saying. I just want the record to be accurate. That's all I
and
care about.
and that's what I'm doing, ma'am. It was I was while I turned around, I was reading the transcript for at the roll call hearing when the matter when consolidation of the case was discussed. Yes.
Mhm.
So that's I was reading. So you are correct.
I know I am.
And you are correct. But
that's fine.
But what I also wanted to make clear, whether or not the cases were consolidated
Mhm.
or we're going to have two cases today, it is the same conclusion.
I understand your point.
In case the protestant never filed a PIP in the case to renew the license,
Mhm.
and the protestant never filed a PIP in the case to amend or terminate the settlement agreement.
And I do want to say one thing. I cannot speak for Mr. Carnes. He was the one who was supposed to do that, but I believe that he really expected to have a settlement agreement, and that is why he did not file it. So he did not act in bad faith. I don't think that anyone was giving the board the runaround or anything like that. He really expected to have a settlement agreement in place that would be accepted by the board. It was not. And I don't want to, see the board have the wrong impression of this process.
And I'm not saying that Mr. Wasn't that Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Carnes, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carnes. The Civic Association acted in bad faith. I've not made a determination that they acted in bad faith.
You did say abusive process.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they acted in bad faith. I did not use those words.
You said abusive process.
Because as I stated before, the protest hearing was scheduled for last week, and we were told this week that this was just only a placeholder, and there are no witnesses testified. You're the only person who is here, and you're not even the designated representative as far as we're concerned for this organization. You informed us today. You informed us that you've been at, but you've informed us today that Mr. Carnes advised you today to step into for him at 11 o'clock today. I think that's the representation you made earlier. Yes, you have that as the lead for this case.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, I want to understand something going forward. Is it necessary that I be designated as the representative in order to step in for this case, just for going forward? Because we will see each other again on this case, not this particular case, but on this matter.
For all cases, I designated at the roll call hearing. Someone has to be designated as a designated representative who's going to represent the ANC, who's going to represent the Civic Association, who's going to represent the group of five or more. So it can be at the roll call, it can be stated that the president and the secretary or the treasurer can represent the person. So yes, a designation has to be made, and that's usually made at the roll call hearing. And normally when I have a status hearing, I do ask who's the designated representative. And
we did designate.
and
But only the designated representative can represent the organization. I just want to be clear.
I'm sorry?
Only the designated representative can represent the organization at any hearing.
Yes, we have to be informed in writing
In writing beforehand. Okay,
who
fine.
is the designated representative who's designated to represent. And that is normally done when the protest is filed, when the like, for example, for a if a protest is filed on the ANC, by the ANC, the ANC will inform us that either the chair or any other board member or any or specific officers when civic association, when they file a protest, they also inform us who the designated representative is. And if that's not determined at the roll call hearing, that is determined. So by the time we get to a status hearing, I know who, because that's one of the questions that I'm not sure if you recall. Every time we
I
have
do.
a hearing,
I remember. Yeah, that's fine.
I always ask, who is the designated representative for the group?
I just wanted to know what is the process if the designated representative is not available. So does one have to submit in writing that someone else will substitute for the designated representative, or is the case thrown out?
No, you need to provide ABRA legal with notification
fine.
that
That's all I need to know.
that you are now the designated representative
Okay, that's fine.
for
Thank you.
moving forward on this case.
Okay. Now, I do also have a question. So since you've dismissed the settlement agreement, does that mean the settlement agreement is now null and void?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
So there's
And
the decision of the board today is to renew, is to direct the agency to renew the license and terminate the settlement agreement
great.
as
That's all I
requested
need to know.
by the applicant. But as I stated before, we will issue a board order, and the civic association will have an opportunity to ask the board to reconsider its position.
Okay, no, that's fine. We will. And I just want to say again, because I was a bit put off by abusive process. I'm not being paid. I'm the only person on the screen who's not being paid. I've spent countless hours with this. And so is Mr. Carnes. We're all volunteers. So we are not in this to abuse the process. We're not in here to waste your time because we're wasting our free time. But we will be back before the board. So thank you very much for your time. And I'm very sorry that this has turned out the way it did and, and everybody's time being spent, but we'll be back. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Edward. And the board appreciates your efforts, and the board appreciates all ANCs, all civic association who care about their community and care about this process. And they want to ensure that every licensee complies with the neighborhood that they live in. So we do appreciate the efforts by your organization to move forward in this process. In this particular case, so based on where we are in this particular case, the board believes in this particular case that based on that provision, based on 22.10, that good cause has not been shown.
All right.
In this particular case, in this particular case, that's the decision that's made. And all of these cases all cases can be distinguishable, and we make individual determination on where we are.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll await the board order.
Thank you, Ms. Edward, and thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right. All right. That was the last case on our hearing calendar, and so I'm going to close the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2/575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 15th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for February 15th, 2023, as published in the DC Register on February 10th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all board members who participated in the process. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in the process today. Since we're now adjourned on our public calendar today, I'm now asking all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you.